Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Hey, Ajax, hey, Nadir, Rod, and Redacted, and Peter. Hey, Stuart, and Phil, and Bill, Dom, and Hasio Prince, and Steve, and Tuxedo. How are folks? Got Lucas and Jack. And what do we have? We have 3D Musketeers coming in already? Sorry about your internet troubles, Grant, but welcome. Welcome, folks. Just in time. It's perfect. I just started. Hey, Mad Cat. Hey, Amber, Marcus, and James, and Orion, Da Vinci, and Dark 3D Dimension, Soundspark, and Trevor. How are folks? Hey, NLTMW, and Derek, Clownhammer, and Vince. Look at them cats. So I was wondering if Felix was going to manage to get on there, because Oscar got there first and pretty much took up the whole bed. And Felix wandered around the garage a little bit, moping, and finally came over, and then they made room for each other. Hey, Sean. And Laura, I presume. Jake and Ken and Spectra. Hey, Skyrim and Kurt. Clownhammer. Who else did I miss? Lewis and Cliff. Oh, boy. Kenneth. Take care of the folks for me, of course. Always. Always. And much appreciated. Time for a bigger bed. Oh, no. Cats are fluid. They fit. Layer by Layer and Just FPV and Malfrey and Little Brat. The Ranch Kid and Silene. Okay. We're going to have fun today. Fun. It will be, because it shouldn't be too bad. We will be mostly installing and configuring RepRap firmware on the salad fork here. What is my camera view over here? Oh, camera doesn't have a view if it's not turned on. Here we go. We got yesterday's project though. We finished on the members stream. Speaking of members, thanks for being a member for 27 months, Sean. Get a bigger bed and the cat will find out how to fill it. Uh-huh. Hey, Wild Ben. Hey, BBs. Cats are fluid. Yes. Now they're settled in. That's good. Member stream, the last 2 months, we've been building this 3D sets model, which is the mini 4x4. So it's a more simple model. The nice thing about this model is it uses only M3 hardware, none of the M2 stuff that some of the other models use. It is very clever in a lot of ways, a little frustrated in a couple of ways, but overall it turned out pretty well. And it works, and I did the model with 4-wheel steering, and it works. Figured that out on the controller. Now there are a few little weirdnesses with the steering servos, which may just be the cheap servos I bought, but it is kind of neat. So the first part of this I did make public, so if anybody's not a member and wants to go check it out, it is out there. All the doors open. It's kind of neat. They have little latches. This one you use to get to the power switch, which is down in there. Turn it on. And then it just uses AA batteries down in here. You could put a LiPo pack in there as well. So anyway, kind of neat. And Felix loves it, yep. But that is a completed project. No longer taking up space in a project box. Can it crab steer as well? Probably if you set the controller up correctly to do it, because it's fully independent front and rear steering. Hey, Bill. Hey, Jeff. Watching for my daughters just want to meet. Good afternoon, Steve. Hey, Jeff, did you pick out filament? Or whatever? Hey, Morden. So, yeah. Completed projects take up less space, right? So, that one is a completed project. I've had parts for that sitting around for almost 2 years. Because when it released is when I bought the files and started printing them on my Prusa Mini. The loading bug? What? What was that? What was what? Everything here is saying I am good. Stream is healthy. Stream has been healthy. Hey, Etherling. Nadir, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, everything's looking healthy. So, how are we doing on people? We got a lot of people. Not quite as many likes yet. We are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. Just while we're on the subject of likes. Link is in the description and the pin post one that way. Hey, Eek, Francois, and Maurice. Let's go here. So I did very little. I didn't really need to do a lot of cleaning up of the wiring on this. I did a little bit last night. I did make the harness to go from the SBC to the controller. Had a loading ring for a couple of seconds. Hey, Pathetic Puma. We'll go over the documentation. This was a little bit of a pain to make last night, and I'm glad I did it off stream because it would have been a solid hour of the stream today to do that. I had to make it twice because the first time I was trying to make it too short and it didn't reach. We are going to go through and double check my pinout though. So hopefully this will work. Hey, Davis Tohos, thanks for being a member. 31 months. Is that the most right now? Is 31 months how many months there are possible? Bill, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, Scotty Dog. Okay, so I don't have Mellow stepper drivers, so Big Tree Tech ones go in here. The difference between the Mellow drivers, which I do have one. I have a single Mellow driver, and I wasn't going to put one in there, and then none of the others. The difference on the Mellow drivers and the others is the Mellows have a little dip switch here to turn on and off the diag pin. Now, since I'm using sensorless homing on this machine and the diag pin status for the Z drives doesn't matter, I don't have to do anything special with these steppers. So, Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. 3-second pause just then. Huh. Stream health has not reported anything. Hey, Nogorot. I'm sure you are going to come in very helpful today if you are willing and around. Now, I have a question that just occurred to me. This is a Fly Super 5 Pro controller. To use it in standalone RepRap firmware mode, you need to plug in a little ESP Wi-Fi module. Since I'm using the SBC setup, then I shouldn't have to plug this in, right? I don't have to plug this in to enable anything like extra memory or anything like that. This is just for Wi-Fi connectivity, right? Correct. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I didn't go down a path and run into any problems. Hey, Jordan. Okay. I have, with all my traveling and decompressing and just general motivation, I have not finished like skirts and bottom panel, but I did start to model a case for this Waveshare 4.3 inch screen that I'm going to use. And I have a plan for how this is going to mount. I'm not going to change the skirts actually. I am adapting this. It's just a little cover that goes in and screws into the display mounts. And then the pie mounts are in here. These are going to get the little adapter bracket that's going to mount this to the front. Actually use the Wi-Fi SPI channel for the SBC, so if you did plug it in, it would not work. Oh, okay. Good call. Hey, Bob. Welcome. Peel? No. So the general rule, unless there's a good reason otherwise, the general rule is we don't peel the display until the printer's working. And there's no reason for me to peel this display ahead of time because I don't cover it up. I just did a simple little shell for the display. So can't peel it yet. So I'm sorry you're having trouble with the stream, Nick. But it seems to be isolated. Hey, Nuno. Do not peel before Christmas. Well, that very well might. That might be true. That might be true. Okay, let's go over to some documentation and see where we're at. Let me get my stream deck a little closer to me as well. Stream settings good up here in my area, Canada. Cool. None of my displays peeled. Well, we peel them just when the printer's working. Derek, thanks for being a member for 31 months. That seems to be the what do you call it? The founding members or the initial members. Okay, we have the, let me copy this. Day one members, there we are. Or month one members. Okay, this is the Team Gloomy documentation that is going to be vital to our success here. So, lead screw top constraints on a V-Core 4, yes or no? The manual says to do it, but I'm afraid it'll mess with print quality. I would follow RatRig's, just my without knowing anything, my initial suggestion would be to follow RatRig's advice. I'm hoping to build a V-Core 4 and I'll have a better, more understanding of what and why they do things on that printer. But without knowing anything about it, I would follow the manufacturer advice. So my general idea, without knowing details about how their setup works, is not to constrain a lead screw at both ends. Hey, Shadell. Okay, so our general info. So we're going to go through the first things is make sure I have all the jumpers and everything correct on this before we power things up. Make sure I haven't missed a jumper, missed a fuse, missed a MOSFET. We won't be plugging in the fans for the skirts yet, but everything else should be set up and going. Hey, Francois. Welcome. So board fuses, those we installed last time. Joey, thanks for being a member for 2 years. The V-Core has wobbly Oldham things and the Z-arm so you can use so you can constrain both ends of the rod. So there you go. And that's basically back to the point of that is you don't want to over constrain a lead screw. If you over constrain a lead screw, then those forces have to go somewhere. And where do those forces go? There's a number of unbroken months. YouTube messed up my billing early. It only shows 27. It's not, it's unbroken, not total. Joined in the morning. Steve Belts announced he had set up memberships. Yep. There is no, I mean, you see a number there. It's all good. Okay, so there. Board power. Let's make sure that we have power in here correctly. So if you're following along on the page, I'm going to switch over to the top camera so we can actually see what's going on. So we have 24 volts and then ground, and then 24 volts. All the grounds are connected, so I only hooked up one ground to my terminal block here. Hey, Danny. And then 24 volts for the bed, and then the bed is plugged in here. So driver jumpers. Now you won't see this, but underneath here, I did install the UART jumper on every one of them. Any recommendations for an enclosure for a mini E3 V3 for my legacy build? Well, the mini E3 V3, if you're building that is the hole pattern for the default legacy electronics enclosure. It'll just bolt right in. You don't have to do anything. The default files have the hole pattern for the mini E3 controller. Okay, so we've got UART mode. Driver diag pin, this is where it talks about that. Is used for sensorless homing and stall detection. The Fly Super 5 Pro does not have any way of disabling the diag pin as it is designed to be used with their drivers. I only have one of their drivers. I looked around, I couldn't find a set to finish it off. So you can cut or bend out away the pin, the diag pin on other drivers. Since I am using sensorless and it doesn't matter for the Z drives, I'm leaving it all alone, not modifying anything. Fan MOSFETs, we plugged these in a couple of streams ago and set the voltage on the two outputs I'm going to use to 24 volts for the skirt fans. VCC. So what is must be someone working out there. I'm hearing a high-pitched sound. Yeah, I don't think it's, I was thinking if it was a printer doing that. Okay, end stop output voltage. The end stop output voltage can be set to either 5 or 12. The default is 0 volts until a jumper is added. We are not using any of the end stops on the board, so I'm going to ignore this. It's coming from you. Can one mix the voltages for the fans? It appears so. It's per port. The driver sockets have been tested with 48 volts. Thermistor inputs, we have the one for the bed. Depends on if you have a buck converter. And you probably should not use voltage in an end stop anyway, only use for probes, really. Good call. Just kind of going through the things. Did I plug this into the correct spot? That's a question. Where is that? That is over here. What? So that is not a picture of this board. Oh, that's the Super 8 or the Super Infinity. Hey, Adam. Yeah. Let's confirm that I've got this plugged into a thermistor port. ADC, we have ADC 1 and 2, and I think those are the thermistor ports. So I think we're good right here. This is the bed thermistor plugged into ADC 2. Yep, so we're good there. And initial installation. So we're going to go to the SBC instructions. Hey, Mark. Now, I did something I'm not used to doing. That I have not shown ability to do in the past. I downloaded the install package ahead of time on the stream. 1.8 gigabyte file would have taken a while on this connection. I downloaded it ahead of time. Excuse me. Now I started to download. Let's see if it actually made it there. Let's go here and let's go. And it is there. See, our image, our Duet Pi image. Hearing impairments, and sometimes I get tinnitus as well. So we have it. So here we go. Let's go through all this stuff. There are reports of intermittent connection here. You do all these kinds of things to try to minimize the impact of that. I think I've pretty much done all of this. Keep the wires between the controller and the Pi short. They could be a little bit shorter, but they are fairly short. I did twist them. That's, I guess, a thing to look at. So the connector between the Pi and the controller is required to have 100 ohm resistors on all but the ground connection. So I did that, and I ended up just soldering them in line with the wires. And I staggered them just so it wouldn't make a big bulge in the wire. So we've got one here on the red wire, here on the yellow wire, here on the blue wire, the white wire, and the green wire. And they just random colors. With legit Pi and good wires, I've never seen the connection problems listed on the site. Hope I didn't just jinx us. I hope not too. But I did this last night. Like I said, this took me a couple of tries because the first one I made was too short. It went straight across and still didn't quite reach. So Team Gloomy now generates per board firmware files. The correct file to use for this board is this one. And the firmware release includes both the SBC and Wi-Fi modes in one. There are 3 methods available to get the board into SBC modes R. So there's no SD card detected in the board, and that's what we'll do. We just won't put an SD card in this board. Latest stable firmware files can be found here. So let's go here, and let's go here, and fly. And we want to find the, so this is 3.5.3. Now, Neural, I remember you telling me something. Should I be going with 3.6? There was something about that I'm remembering you mentioning to me. Tiny, welcome. So, and the one that we want was firmware Super 5 H723. So living outdoors in an almost totally silent place. Oh, if you want the new input shaping, do 3.6 beta 2. It seems pretty stable. So something I can do is let's set this up with the stable, and then we can do the SBC update to an unstable, right? And that'll update, and that'll actually show the update of all the components in the system that RepRap Firmware does. Am I correct on that before I move forward? Okay. Is there a reason you're not going with Clipper? Something different. We've touched on RepRap Firmware on stream before. That was on a V0. Now we're doing it on a little more complicated printer in basically the same configuration as a Trident. It's to gain experience in different things. If I keep doing Clipper on every single build, that's cool, and the build itself is fun. But this is different. Experience different aspects of what's out there. That's the main reason. RepRap Firmware is a very powerful firmware, a very configurable firmware. Takes a little bit of a different mindset. So I am still dealing with sinus stuff, but it's at the very tail end of it. So, hey, Brent. Okay, where was it again? Super 5 H273. Now, why is there a zip file and a bin file? Is that all I need is the bin file? Hey, Sven. Is Smoothie still alive as well? I don't think so. I don't know. Let's download the raw file. Save as. Nope, I don't. Let's go projects and solid fork. Our folder. I'll save that there. Hey, Maker Viking. Welcome. It's a sinus fork. Okay, so we have that. The latest stable firmware can be found here, and the latest unstable files can be found here. We don't need to grab those because we'll do a pull. Remember to rename it to firmware.bin, put it in the root of a FAT32 formatted SD card, and load the SD card into the board and power it up. Leave it for a minute or so and then power the board back down. Okay, let's do that. So let me grab I think we can just grab the one we're gonna image to. So let's put that in the, let's see what we have here. Okay, so that is do I have the SD card format? Where are you going to open? Here we are. We're going to reformat this drive. I don't really care. We don't need a volume label. Yes. Successfully completed. Okay. So then we're going to go back to the solid fork. We're going to copy this. And rename it to firmware.bin. And that's it. Okay. Now I hope you didn't get one of the boards FlyMaker forgot to put a bootloader on. Well, I've had this board for nearly a year now. So what are the chances? Where does that put me in the chances of having the wrong board or one without a bootloader? And how will we be able to tell? And are there instructions if we don't have a bootloader? We have instructions to fix it. Is there any way to tell before? Is it just if it doesn't work, if it doesn't connect later, then we go back and do those instructions? I'm going to do a couple of things here. I'm going to disconnect the Pi power because for this operation here, I don't want it to power on the Pi. Sorensen, thanks for becoming a member. It won't flash. But how will we tell that it didn't flash? I'm not seeing an equivalent to Clipper screen. That would be my holdup for looking forward to the Cascade and wanting to do one OS for everything. So the mobile version of Duet Web Control is very good. Firmware file won't get renamed. There we go. Good call. Good call. It'll change to, it doesn't do the same as others, firmware.cur, C-U-R, current, or whatever that stands for. Get back on that. This is on the edge of a screen that's usable for Duet. .fly. Or, okay, we'll see some change. We'll see a change in any case. This 4.3-inch screen is really on the edge of usable as a Duet web control mobile web control interface, but it does work, and you'll see that. I think I was surprised when I used it because I installed RepRap Firmware is on one of my V2s, the one I took to Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival this last year. It was at the Duet booth, and it has this same screen, 4.3 inch wave share screen on it, and it works pretty well. I'm planning on putting a 7-inch screen on my black box, and it'll be the same type thing. I'm also going to disconnect my little jumper cable here because I have not 100% confirmed that I wired that correctly. So let's go ahead and now shift the Pi over for a second and put this guy in here. Now, this is a previously, all of the power supply has worked before. Everything's worked, so we're just going to power this on and see what happens. I've got power. Make sure we are in the off position first. There we go. And good view for smoke. That's probably, there we go. Smoke view. And power it on. No smoke? No smoke. Cool. So we're going to wait a second. Is that a hardware limitation or just support? Really trying not to get into Linux CNC. As far as are we talking about the display stuff? So that LED is flashing. Focus and everything. Yeah, that camera was having a hard time focusing yesterday, but that's a pretty big area. It better focus on this. Hardware limitation or just support? I'm not sure. I think you are good with the heartbeat. Has that changed? You got one of the good ones that has the blue blinking light that keeps the smoke in. Okay, I think that's good. We're going to power it off. Nothing has changed. All the lights are, everything seems to be happy. Oh, we probably have power. Yep, power to the tool board too. Forgot about that. I probably should have unplugged that. Oh well. Okay, power off. Now we're going to pull the SD card. We're going to plug it into the computer and see what we got. Yep, there we go. Cool. It renamed the file. So we should be good to go. Cool. Okay, now we're going to use we're just going to use the Pi imager, I think. So let's follow the instructions here. The latest stable firmware, load the SD card. An SD card is not required in the main board anymore. So connecting the single board computer, such as a Raspberry Pi, follow the instructions detailed here. Prepare the Pi. So let's go open that. Excuse me. Let's close this. Prepare the Raspberry Pi. Duet Pi is the official Debian image based on Raspbian. Dead7, thanks for becoming a member. Versions are targeted. Once downloaded, use a flashing application like Win32 Disk Imager or Balena Etcher. For when the image of your choice has been flashed, a Duet 3 can be connected to via the hostname Duet 3. I uploaded the G code onto the hard drive. Okay, so let's flash the image. And I think I'm just going to use it doesn't really matter. We can choose a custom image. And where in the world are we? Oh boy. How How do I get there? Is that? Nope. Okay, let me, can I move this? Yep, here we go. Come on. Seriously? There we go. There we go. Solid fork, RepRap firmware, and image. And choose the storage. And next. And we have to apply custom settings. No. All existing data will be erased. You want to continue. Yes. Use the Raspberry and set the Wi-Fi and all that from the custom menu. Oh, I was going to go in and edit the WPA supplicant. I didn't know that would work here. I will try that. Let's go, same thing, next, and let me just make sure everything's, yeah, I didn't know that would work. Okay, so we're gonna redo this. We're gonna call this salad fork. And all of that is correct. It may not work for anything but our Pi OS. Okay, let me make sure. Show password. Oh. And let me just get the passwords in here. Okay, so all of that is, there we go. And then turning on SSH, I think everything else should be okay. It's just Pi OS, just a tweaked image. Okay, let's save that. And, oh, where'd we go? Next, make sure those are all correct. Yep. Save, and yes. And yes. There we go. I like the little arm, Oscar's arm on Felix there. Right. While that's doing its thing, let's go back to the documentation here. So we're preparing the Raspberry Pi. You do BSD, Docker server, some other images, the boot processor. It's completely different, yeah. So the 500 ohm resistors and jumpers for this cables. Now I made this cable, and this is the pinout we're using. So basically, odd couple ref, not intentionally are, but it worked out that way. So the longer story on the names is their shelter names were Foxtrot and Cha-Cha. And Foxtrot was Oscar, Cha-Cha was Felix. And I liked Tango, because going with the military phonetic alphabet, it worked because we had Charlie, right? So we had Charlie, and then the Oscar's shelter name was Foxtrot. April did not like Tango because she felt like we would then be obligated to name Felix Cash. And we're both from there's a Tango and Cash movie, and we are very close, local to Folsom Prison. So the Johnny Cash reference, all of that worked out. So then she came back and said, why don't we do Oscar and Felix? And that's where we settled. Yeah, Conic Fab. So, yep. Okay, where are we? So we have 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. So those 6 pins are paired up. So this is on the SBC, which is the pi, and I've got a pi pin out here. So we have 19, 20 is the ground pin, and we can confirm that. So 20 is the ground pin. So 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Those 6 pins. So that is starting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pins should be exposed on this side of the pi. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is correct. Hey, Lewis. My wife and I take turns naming our kids. She chose Whisper, and for our Siamese cat, asked her, "You do know that Siamese is what Siamese are like?" That's true. Siamese are very chatty. Blue, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. Nice. And GPIO 25 for command and echo, command and control. What are we talking about there, Nargorat? I have pinout command installed on all 12. Console command that shows pinout model memory of the Pi. Oh, nice. And then on the Fly Super Pro, I've got a pinout. So we're using PB 15 or 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, which are right here. So 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. So this group here, which means I think I should have 8 pins to the side here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 exposed pins. SPI plus, I have it right. Okay. So now with ground to the outside, oh, and this is the pinout diagram I was just referring to. I'm in the way there. Here we go. Oh, that just finished. So there are 8 pins here to the PB12, so to the side of the connector. So I should have 8 exposed pins. Thanks for stopping by the other day. Yeah, no problem, and welcome. Turn this back on. So now we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then this plugs in right next to those. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So now the green wire for me, green wire is PD11. So if we go back, PD11 is the green wire, and that should be plugged into pin 22 on the green wire should be pin 22 on the Pi. I'm just going through this just to make double sure. So if this is 20, this is 22, and that's the green wire. Hey Garrett, welcome. And then the next one is the white wire, which is PB12, and PB12 should be pin 24. So the white wire is the next one, and it is. The pin 24 is the white wire. And then the one opposite of ground I have as a red wire, which is PB15. And PB15 is goes to pin 19, which is right here. Local to me, so I'm always excited to meet other local makers. Of course. Me too. Be one of those local. That green GPIO 20 is the one that will tell you if you're working. Okay. Transfer ready pin. And then yellow is PB14, and PB14 is pin 21. So 19, 21, and that leaves 22. So, or 23. So I am correct as far as my pin out between these. And I've been referring to this chart here, and then the Pi pin diagram and the Super 5 diagram. So as far as I can tell, double checking. So I checked this last night. I just double checked it. I am correct for my pinout. So now we can continue on with the directions. So prepare the SD card. We did that. Instructions will assume the option 1 into the board. These are then loaded during the startup process. Therefore, an SD card is not required. Preset configurations. Booting. Turn it on, and assuming you have followed the steps correctly, the board should boot correctly. So I think I want to plug in my display so we can see things happening. I think we're going to go here and we're going to zoom out a little bit. There we are. So I want to plug. Excuse me. Let's see if I've got enough length here. So I believe, is it blue out on these? Is that correct? Blue to the outside. Probably should have plugged this in first. This is not the cable I'll end up using. It's not long enough for the... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's blue to the outside. Both of these. Okay, so that should... let's just do it like that. And then, let's see, the imager has been written. You can now remove it. So we should be able to plug this guy into the Pi now. Go. And power to the Pi. Power to the Pi. That's probably about where that'll sit. Hopefully I've got enough room for the skirt right there. Missing anything else? Fuses are in. Everything's here. Are we ready to go? Peekaboo. Welcome. The output is in Stream Chat and Discord. That output. Stream Chat and Discord. Oh, cool. What is that? Is that, how do you install that? Is that a package you install? Not a big deal, but do you want the 5-volt from the Pi going to the USB in on the board? Same ground, so I don't think it's an issue. Agreed. I don't know. For packaging reasons, it's, if not just remove the jumper, but by the USB port. There's a warning about watching out for ground loops earlier. Correct. What jumper by? Oh, jumper by the USB port. Oh. On the Super 5's USB port. There we are. Now, what is that jumper? Let's double check. What is that jumper? Not a big deal, but do you want the 5 volts from the Pi going to the USB in on the board? I'm not going in on this board. And there is no 5 volts on this cable that I made. 5 volts does not exist on there. Okay. I think we're okay. So are we good to power on? Let's go ahead and power on. I'll give YouTube buffer time to catch up. Someone say, stop! What are you building? First time here. Welcome, Frankie. Been working on a belted Z mod on my Ender 3. Well, welcome, Tanner. The jumper cuts USB power when removed. You'll now use the internal voltage regulator from VCC. Okay. Frankie, we are building a small trident, otherwise known as a solid fork. It's based on 1515 extrusions instead of 2020. It's a printer for ants project by Yeri. And I am doing a revision. So I built this on stream a couple of years ago. And it is 120 millimeter cube build volume. And there has been a revision. So we're installing all the new parts. And in this iteration of this printer, I am using RepRap Firmware. So we're getting that set up. Okay. Why is there almost no solid fork kits out there? It doesn't matter what people think will sell, right? Okay, we're powering it on. Hey, I plugged in the the DSI cable correctly. Woohoo! That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Give this a bit. Oh, there's a cursor. It's doing stuff. Yeah, don't forget to like. 200 people here and only 80 likes. It's a terrible ratio. We are only a few subscribers from 13,000. This last year has been quite slow, but it's been slow for everybody as far as channel growth. But we've had a consistent number of viewers per stream. So that's where I see things being good. You need to make the jump to SATA SSD via USB. Why for the dude more robust? SATA SSD via USB on all the Pis. I've gone to NVMe SSDs on my Pi 5s. Hey, Patrick. I just finished dooming my fork. Best printer I've yet built. Nice. And welcome, SB Tunes. Buy my like by rigging the giveaway in my favor. Is it boot looping? No? It's just, we're seeing all the things that you don't normally see when you power on a... This is initial startup. See, we're getting Raspbian desktop. Now Duet Web Control is starting. There we are. Failed to connect local host. Let's just let this finish going through things. Well, it's going to not work because you have only Duet software on the Pi right now. I need to install Team Gloomy stuff, but that's next steps. Yep. I did NVMe SSD via USB on my Tridex after losing the second SD card from all the formatting and re-imaging I was doing. I need to look into that. What hardware are you guys using for that? post it in stream chat on what you're doing, because I would like to move away from using SD cards. I know I'm running into a few problems with on printers that I think are related to Pi issues. And I'm mostly concerned with Pi 4 stuff, because I know with a Pi 5 I can just put an NVMe SSD on. But what are folks doing for older Pis that's reliable and works well? USB powered SSDs. Direct NVMe, but you can't do that on a Pi 4, right? You can't do that on a Pi 4. Unless I'm missing something. Okay, let's go to next steps, because this is going to sit here. It's up. It can't find the thing because the right softwares aren't working. You use CM4. Does CM4 have a PCI Express bus? Okay, so turn it on, assuming you can either navigate to do it through or find the IP address. If you don't have access to that, use something like scan your network. Let's see if this comes up. See if it comes up on the... Hey, that's a good sign. There we are. Months ago, my training keeps forgetting what I printed, but only in the Files tab, not the History tab. Interesting. Well, at least the Pi 5 has a native PCI Express port on it that you can plug into. That's... Yes, you need the physical hookup, which is the hat, but the capability is there. Did I miss something, or is the Pi 5 not a drop-in replacement for the 4? I thought there were some issues. I'm not fully up to speed on where the status of using a Pi 5 in our applications are. It's definitely overkill, and there was some video encoding concerns for what we normally use for that kind of thing, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not fully up to speed. Anyway, we can see it, so let's go back to the instructions. Editing drivers, following line should be added with the array entries matching your drivers. So is this all for config? What am I missing? Driver temperature, upload your config. Once you've connected the Raspberry Pi through your router, start to customize your config. Is there something else I need to do here? There was a configuring your SBC. Here we are. So let's go back here. So configuring the SBC for STM32 boards. This is, I think, where we need to pick up. So it's all done in software, which can cause bog down a CPU. These versions are once downloaded, use a flash. And flash be connected. If you want to enable SSH, we did that. Updating DSF. A script has been provided to make updating your version of DSF on your SBC a lot easier, although we don't make any changes. Compatible. There are a couple of features we've added to make your experience better. Port lags the official due out release by a few days. We mark the DSF Linux packages as being on hold. This allows you to continue to update the SBC without running the risk of updating DSF to a version that is incompatible. What is DSF? What is DSF? What does DSF stand for? I keep seeing DSF, but I don't know what it stands for. Does anybody know? I'm scanning. I'm not seeing it. Duet Software Framework, thank you. Okay, to download the script on your SBC, run the following code only once. So let's get out, let's see SSH to the... Hey, Poity. By the way, everybody say happy birthday yesterday, Poity. If everybody would say happy birthday yesterday, Poity. And anybody who's online that we wished happy birthday to yesterday, remind me who you are. Because there were like 3 or 4 people that have a birthday within the last couple of days. Um, that'll work. SSH pi at salad fork. Hey, there we are. I was working on the Phoenix yesterday, but that's okay. Today's a national day in Romania. Okay, so now we are going to copy this command, download the script on your USB-C, run the following code only once. Enter. This is happy yesterday birthday. Should I say thank you tomorrow? Sure. Share. Hey, Yeri. Okay, let's see. Did we get any errors? I wasn't paying attention. Looks good. I'm not going to run it again. Don't run it again. It says only once. In bold. It's bold. Engage tall mode. Yeri mode. Oh, there we go. Now we're at max. To use it as an example, send the following command over SSH. Latest stable. So let's copy that. So this will upgrade the latest stable version. Latest unstable can also be used as an argument. An argument must always be added to the end of RepRap Firmware upgrade so it knows which version to install. If you're wanting to downgrade to a specific version, you can pass the version number along to the upgrade script. Cool. This is one of the cool things about RepRap Firmware. Is this is your firmware upgrade. This is your OS update. This is your everything upgrade. So let's upgrade everything to latest stable. Let's see how that does. Just sudo apt update. Not sure why that's important, but wanted to get in on the engagement. Today is the first anniversary of December 1st, 2023. It is. It is. That's something to celebrate. It is December 1st. Whew. My wife's birthday was Friday. Lots of birthdays this time of year. My wife is exactly 51 weeks younger than me. Oh. Hint. Uh-oh. Cannot connect to duet. Timeout while waiting for transfer ready pin. Okay. Job for duet control server service failed because the control job exited with error code. Okay. So that is that pin that you were talking about, GPIO 25, is not working. Do we have any idea why? Oscar. So that's a green wire. I mean, it's connected. Green wire. It is fully plugged in on both sides. I don't know what to do otherwise. Should we power cycle and see? Try it again? Because I don't know, I mean, the wire is there. It's got a 100 ohm resistor. Yeah. So let's do this. Let's shut down. Down now. And I will pull out my multimeter and double check that that's 100 ohms. Make sure I don't have like a bad connection or something. There we go. Power this off. Pull out a multimeter just to check that. So let's see if I can get to the, let's see. $100 ohms. You can't see that, but oh, there we go. 100 ohms. So we got a connection there. I guess I can try all of them. So the blue connection. Let's see if I can get to those pretty well. Let's see if I can get a better read on the others. How am I going to do that? Let's do that. Blue. $99.8 ohms. Yellow. $100.5 ohms. Red. $98.9 ohms. And white. We already checked the green. $98.1 ohms. Okay. So everything is connected. Probably get a 0 ohms on the ground pin. Yep. I'm hoping it was just a DSF complaining because it did have the right firmware actually running yet. Reboot, yeah. So that's all done. So let's go ahead and power it back up and see what happens. So we've confirmed and I double checked. Pin out is correct. So. That little webcam kind of tries to search for focus, doesn't it? There we go. Center them. See how much I disturbed them. Oh, wow, that's different. That's probably a good sign. I think that's a good sign. Let's see. Let's go to here and reconnect. And let's rerun that update. Let's see what happens. Get some CM5s also. No. Control process exited. What error code? Did I miss an error up here? What did I miss? That's old? Or is that old or is that odd? I think you seem to be running. Old. Okay. Job for duet controller service failed because the control process exited with... Oh, is that the old? Is that a remnant from the last time I ran it? Okay, let's go back to where we were. Latest stable. A list of available arguments for script to be found below. You don't need root privileges to run. I'm just following these instructions. So I didn't ask for it. It's a script that it's running, right? So it should have asked for it if it needed it. But we are... Oh, connection lost, attempting to reconnect. Should this reconnect? Something is borking. Something's borking. Borking, borking, bork. Let's do another reboot. When all else fails, reboot. I feel like it might have needed to be a power cycle. Service didn't restart PostScript attempt because of the error code. Still doing stuff here, it looks like. I don't know what that says. Plymouth reboot service. I'm going to try a power cycle instead. I'm waiting for it to come back up though. Do. It's not actually started up. Wi-Fi is not, network is not up. This is taking a bit. I might just crash it. It's not coming up. Things seem to be stalled. Doo-doo-doo. Oscar is very much just sitting on Felix. And Felix don't care. Oh boy. Okay, let's power this thing back up. Let's see what happens. Here we come. Incompatible software version. Oh, no. Connection established. Connection established. Here we go. Hey, Fly Super 5. Duet 3 expansion Fly 36. It sees it all. Now it didn't update this. Everything's, unless that's the latest version for the Fly 36. But we are communicating. So let's just move on. What is next? We'll need to do a config because we don't have any. We have a basic config, but not a. I'll have to do a config. So now, do I need to run another update to get this? What is M997B124? Is that in? Okay, so let's back. I'm gonna run that, but I wanna check a couple of things. So let's finish off this. So we finished off this. We can come back to this when we want to go to the latest 3.6 version later. And we come here. So we connected. We did all this. We've got stuff, all the instructions for sensorless homing, and we can go to the configurator for here. But before I do that, I want to go to the Fly. Is this it? Fly RRF 36 toolboard. Let's go to this and look at its stuff. Yeah, Oscar is big. He's been tracking about a pound heavier than Felix. I'm sure that gap is going to widen. Connecting. This is all this. This is, oh, I thought I opened that. Here we go. Fly RF 36 and general info. It just needed if that's the M997 command. I thought that other command we ran was supposed to update everything on there. Hey, Nicola. And where are we? Connection via CAN. Okay, so let's go here then. Let's go docs.duet3d.com, I think. So anything RepRap Firmware, all the information can be found here. So if we want to know about M997 and perform application firmware upgrade, we can go here. And we'll know they're all talking, but initially they don't know about each other. Okay. So this command triggers a firmware update if the necessary files are present on the SD card. And what was your B124? So B is the CAN address of the board to be upgraded. And the way, so is it 124? Is that how the Team Gloomy stuff is set up? Because isn't it like here 121? Isn't that the default for Duet stuff? Is it different per manufacturer, what they set up as the default? That's one of the nice things about the CAN FD setup with all our P2040 chips boards are default to 124. Okay. So that's instead of having to look up like on Clipper, you have to go through a whole process and stuff to find your UUID for your CAN in Clipper. The way that Duet works is everything has a default address. And in order to add multiple CAN devices, you go in and you set up one device and then you change its address to something else. And then you plug in the new device, it gets that default address, you get it set up, you change its address to another one. Makes it very simple. So we're gonna run that command now. So we're gonna go, we can do this right in the interface here. And this is M997B124. And this will update, and it should update the Toolhead board. Firmware file cannot be found. So where do I get that? So it needs to have that file. So we can go back to here, and this is the Fly 336. It'll be in that same, I'm just looking for the download the file. Here we are from here. And we are going to grab, what was it? The, oops. Duet 3 Fly 336. And is that the file it was looking for? Fly, oh, .bin not found. It's looking for .bin. To install while holding the reset button, update. Okay. Here, and there should be a, is there a bin file? No. Ooh, this is 3.6 beta 2. That's not what I want. Clipper is going to change the make menu config to allow you to specify UUID USB serial name. Nice. That would be very nice. 3.5.3 is where we're at. Let's go to expansion boards. And why are these all UF2s? Is that what I want? SB2040, Fly, SB, this guy right here is what we have. So let's grab this file and save it. Hey, Cartoon Anarchy, welcome. Let's save this to our RepRap Firmware folder. Yeah, but I'm trying to reconcile that, Bill, between that and, let's go back here. And this is the instructions for the Fly. Hey, David Lee. Initial firmware installation, but updating the toolboard firmware before 3.5. Oh, download the file called Duet UF2 from here. Using DWC upload to the Systems tab. And change the name of the file to there. Okay. How long I plan on streaming today? Oh, probably we'll go at least the 3 hours. We've got at least 3 hours worth of stuff to do today. Hey Marcel, welcome. Got another hour and a half before we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. So be sure you enter, be sure you hit that like button. Let's see if we can bump us over the 13,000 subscriber mark. And where are we on that? Have we already bumped there? Nope, we have 5 more to go. So if 5 of you aren't subscribed, you can get us there. When do you head for Smurf? Wednesday. My flight leaves at 6:15 a.m. That was dumb. Okay, we are back to going here. We are going to go to System and the firmware directory, and we're going to upload that file we grabbed. You went crazy with the Polymaker Black Friday sale. Did you use an affiliate code? Mine or whoever's? Mine's in the description, but I don't care whose you use. With the issue here, file name mismatch, take note, try to make this smoother for people. No, I think the instructions are there. No go rot. We're getting there. This is the UF2. So it told us to go here, and it's saying, so download the UF2 and use DWC, upload the UF2 file to the systems tab, and then change the name of the file to .bin. So we're going to do that. So which file was that? Let's do last modified. Here we are. And we're going to rename that to .bin, like it says. So, okay. And upload the UF2 file again. Upload the UF2 file again. That's a little confusing. So it wants us to upload it and then rename it and then upload it again. Does it want two copies? Is that basically the idea? Is it wants two of these? Let's just do it. Let's follow the directions as they say. Yep. So now we have two files there, a UF2 and a bin, and then we can go back here and run this again. Firmware file, Duet 3 firmware fly 36 RRF bin not found. Fly 36, that's the file. Duet 3. The case is off too. Duet 3 firmware fly 36 RRF.bin not found. Duet 3 firmware fly 30, is that, what was the, oh, it's lowercase. Okay, let me change that to lowercase f. Does that matter? No, that's not what I want. Close that. Rename. Okay, and rename. This is a little confusing. So if that downloads as all uppercase and it's expecting a case correct thing, then that does need to change. So let's try that again. Oh, does that say it's done? There we go. Yep. Cool. Hey, Dr. Dave. Hey, Andrew. Installed software versions do not match. Please operate your setup only at equal versions. Let's see what this says. It's not. Why did that not update? Does that need to be refreshed? Installed software versions do not match. Only at equal versions to avoid potential incompatibilities and unexpected errors. If I go over here, oh, there we are. Now it's updated. I don't know why I'm still getting that other error, that warning. We're all at the, I'm assuming this DSF is not a big deal. 3.5.4 versus 3.5.3. This I didn't change. Should I do anything with this? Okay. Using DWC, upload the latest firmware file to the system tag. Once uploaded, send, and it will update. This assumes your board is default CAN address. Change the address in the command if necessary. The updating time around a minute or two is longer on RP2040 base tool board, so be patient. But things I think are in a good spot right now. So things are on a stable version of RepRap Firmware. We're going to go through initial setup at this version, and then we're going to update to the 3.6 release candidate, or whatever version was recommended, because apparently there's some better input shaping stuff on the newer versions. So, okay, are we ready to do some system configuration? A configurator thing? Is that where we're at now? Let's go to USB-C, prepare the SD card, we booted, sensorless homing, uploading. Once you've connected the Raspberry Pi through your router, start to customize your config or upload the output from the configurator. So let's go to the configurator. And feel free to interject if I'm missing a step or whatever, because I don't do this often, and you're seeing figuring this out live. I didn't do this ahead of time, right? The kind of the point is to figure out how do you work your way through this. So, okay. This is you missed the most important step, kitty petting time. Well, they're asleep. There we go. They are hanging. Oscar is hanging off the edge of the table. Why do you guys in the US put up with ISP modems? It's a peculiar thing. The US peeps don't buy their own modem and pick back the control. I have my own modem. I bought my own modem. I own my own modem. I don't use the ISP one. Now, I have two ISPs. My cable connection, I have my own modem. The DSL connection, the AT&T Uverse, which is what I stream on, I use theirs. I don't know if there's an option otherwise. Okay, custom configuration. So this is for LPC and STM32 based boards. Please follow this wizard to contain an individual configuration bundle for your printer. Next. So we have the Fly Super 5 Pro, and we are using 3.5. Can I borrow one of the kitties? I'm out in the country and all the field mice are finding ways to get inside where it's warmer. So Oscar and Felix are adept at hunting flies and spiders. They haven't been tested. They have not yet been tested against formidable opponents such as mice. U versus fiber to the neighborhood usually, and you have to use theirs. And ours isn't actually fiber, it's still copper. I have a 50 meg U-verse connection, 50 down, 10 up. How's your squirrel friend? I have not seen, was that Bob? What was his name? What was his name, Poita? You named him. Hey, man. Reminds me I need to put out mouse traps just in case they start trying to find ways inside. Why not Clipper? Because every other build I've done is Clipper, and it's nice to check out something else. The other reason is Jay from shoot, part of Team Gloomy, Jay, gave me this Fly Super 5 with the Fly 36 tool board to install in a printer, and this is the printer I chose to do it in. So Which question to say that you are installing RatRig? I hope to build a vCore 4. I've chatted with the RatRig folks. It looks promising for an early next year vCore 4 build, so stay tuned for that. That'll be another kind of outside, because RatOS is it's a very customized Clipper / mainsail or Moonraker based setup that looks very interesting. I got a little bit of a demo of it at FormNext, so looking forward to checking that out. The smallest they make, and it'll eventually be IDEX, yes. Probably build it as a single tool board and then do additional content to update it. Glue traps. I figured a funny thing for you. Title for you, Steve Build Kitties. Oh, that's true. That is good. For this build, it's just a matter of trying something new. Trying something different is why I'm doing RepRap Firmware. I've got other RepRap Firmware printers. I have a V0 that's RepRap Firmware, and I have a V2 that's RepRap Firmware. This will be my basically Trident-like or Solid Fork. The prep watching non-SBC mode is a lot easier to get going. Oh, the non-SBC mode is a lot easier to get going. Yeah, the Wi-Fi mode. Yeah. I am doing the SBC mode only. The only benefit I get from putting a Pi in this is the display. That is the entire reason I'm putting a Pi in this, is for the display. I would probably have been better off if I didn't want a display, just ditching the Pi and running straight off the Fly Super 5. So I do not have any Marlin printers. Now, we set up Marlin on the Rook just because of the particular combination of parts. It's no fault of Marlin at all. No fault of Marlin. Because of the particular combination of parts that I used on the Rook, it is now Clipper. The display that I used was corrupting G-code as I was printing. So I had to go through and fix that. And I tried a couple of different things to fix that. And it got frustrating enough that I said, screw it. I want to keep this display, so I'm just going to put Clipper on it. So not a fault of Marlin, but the parts that I chose for that build were not friendly for that particular setup. So if all it needs a Pi 4 is display, wouldn't it be more cost effective to use a Pi 002? No. Well, sure, if I wanted to use an HDMI display, now I'm using a DSi display. Hey, Wilco. Could have used a Pi 3A, but this is what I have. Okay, let's go back to this. So printer name, we're going to call this Salad Fork. I hope the space is okay there. And this is a Core XY. And our Xmin, Xmax is 120. Oh, this isn't actually going to be 120. We're going to end up tweaking these because there is over travel in the V0. I don't know exactly how much. So we're just going to put in some values here, and we'll edit them in the config later. Hi, Woko. What mainboard? This is a Mellow Fly Super 5. Y minimum, Y max, and Z minimum, Z max. These are just numbers I'm putting in here. We can edit these in the config file later. They're not super important right now. They'll get us moving. Homing speed. Do we have any options here we can set that we want? I think we're going to leave these. We're going to tweak. We can tweak all these values. We want basic. The whole point for me for this configurator is to get things like the steppers set up properly and that kind of stuff. So we'll end up having to tweak values in all of these later. So set dive height to 30 millimeters for additional initial calibration. Generate an extra M558 code to config that you can remove after initial calibration. I don't know what that means. We'll leave it as default. Hey, Usel. Expansion boards. No expansion boards configured. How do I configure an expansion board? Was it back here? Show LPC boards. I don't need that. Read config override at the end of startup to provide EEPROM update. I think I want that. I went back to the initial thing because I was looking for expansion boards and it's not listed here. No expansion boards configured. How do I add an expansion board? Because I want that Fly 336 board. I don't see anything up here. How do I add no expansion boards configured? It tells me not, but it doesn't show me how to fix that. Is there anything here? If I go there, no. Don't need that. What am I missing? Because I need to be able to set, maybe it's a further step. Okay. The cats have sort of got a yin-yang thing going. Yeah, a little bit. Is there any improvements in performance on RatRig over Clipper? Well, it's still Clipper. It's just their interface and configuration. Their big thing, they have a pretty cool configuration wizard built in to do a lot of neat stuff. And I can't speak a ton to it because I don't have experience with it. But once we build one and go through, then we'll see what that means. Okay, so that is drive X, Y, Z. We are, see, I can't choose my E because it's on a daughter board. How do I add the expansion board? That doesn't seem. Can't imagine when I have to repair stuff the wrong way in the past because the customer went cheap. Is there any improvement? You can pick your friends. You can pick your nose too. What am I missing here? It seems like this, and I don't see anything up here that tells me otherwise. We've got motors, IO mapping in general. I should be able to add. Margaret, did you go AFK? Because I'm confused. I'm confused why I can't choose additional boards. You can on the duet on the regular duet configurator. Do we have a Fly 36 even listed here? No. I'm confused too. I don't use the config tool. I don't really want to start completely from scratch on this, but we could. It's just going to be a lot of tedious configuration if we start from scratch. I'm stuck here though, without being able to choose the. Or we can say X is. What is it? If we go here, where is it? Here. How do we even choose what? Oh, that's for end stops. That was for end stops. Where were we? This is end stop pin. We're not using one. My Trident config is in Stream Discord. You can cut it down, but yeah, looking for the config tool way is better. Yeah, the idea behind this config tool is to give a baseline, but it sounds like there's some significant issues with this config tool, which is pretty frustrating. Let's see, I'm curious if we go here. This is the Fly RRF 36. Is there a different general information? Firmware folder. That's just that stuff. Other than use item, then change the config after. Well, there's no, yeah. Connection via CAN FD. Check the board connection is functional. Let's see, is there anything here on, yeah, there's nothing here on actually setting it up though either. Yeah, this tool is useless for us right now. If I'm missing something, let me know if I'm missing something. But this is a waste. So let's go and let me see if I can grab Aurora, put your Trident config. So let's copy this link. You could just throw generic stuff in and then add. I can't, because I can't choose the correct things for the extruder and everything that's hooked up to the Toolhead board. I'm going to end up having to redo everything anyway. It doesn't really help me. I'd be better off. Let's go to the. Is there any? And what do I guess I can check that, but like I can't choose. There's nothing here that's allowing me to choose additional Z's. This isn't going to be helpful. We'll end up changing everything before. So unfortunately, I'm frustrated that this config tool is so. Yeah, this is heaters. I can add a heater. I can add drives, but I can't tell it. There's no way to, and this is just for end stops, and it doesn't tell me we've got E's, but not like additional Z drives. It says there's expansion boards here, but it's not completed. I should be able to choose an expansion board here, and it's all here. There's a section for it, but there's nothing to do with it. I mean, let's refresh. Oh, no, file not found. Oops. Oh, I screwed it up. Page not found. I screwed it all up. So anyway, let's go over to Nervalrot's config. And this is the Trident config. We've got Voron with the Tap R8, a Mellow Fly. If it's there at all, it'll be on the beta config tool site. I'm looking for the URL if it exists. Okay. Sorry, it was too loud at the meet and couldn't hear your question. Just got home and went back. No, I haven't bought anything yet. No big deal, Jeff. I just saw your name and remembered that you'd won last week, so was just curious. This is part of going through this live. If something's not ready, something's not working, then we see what we can do to get around it. Oh, they sold out of the dryer. Ah. Oh boy. Don't really want to do this, but this is what we're going to do. Let's grab individual bits as we need them. Make a difference if you pushed up to 3.6. Would that give you the extra board? It has nothing to do with my setup here, Phil. It's their config tool. This has nothing to do with my setup. It's just their config tool this is the link to their config tool, and their config tool is missing. It's missing something that's actually in the on the page. It's talking about expansion boards, but no way to do any configuration of expansion boards. That's where our problem is this bit right here. I know chat is hiding the part here, but there is nothing here. This is all completely blank over here. So me updating the 3.6 won't make a difference here because this is no tie to what my setup is. If we go all the way back to start, there's nothing here that's saying. And if I go here, yeah, we've got no choice for 3.6 here, even if we wanted to. See, we can go here, there's nothing. Motors tab has all this, but you can't tie this to a driver or whatever. You can't set up anything here. So what we're going to do is grab, I guess I'll grab this whole thing. LPC board checkmark 4. Those are for other boards. If you go here and we show, so these are all the fly. If we go show LPC boards, this will probably give us, yeah, here's a few other options in here. A smoothie board, and then firmware version only 3.4 now. It's still on a to-do list. Well, that's useless for us. What would I have to go through if we instead use the duet configurator? Would I just be changing pin names? Could I get all the structure correct and just change pin names? Would a Leviathan board be a good upgrade from an Octopus 1.1? Depends on what you want out of it, Bryce. Capabilities of the boards are very similar. If you want to run 48 volts on your X and Y steppers, then a Leviathan would be a good upgrade. If you want to reduce space by putting the Pi on the board, not having to have a separate mount for it, then it might be a good upgrade. But otherwise, the capabilities are going to be very similar. You're not going to get a print quality improvement from going in unless you're taking advantage of some of the things like the 48 volts or whatever. If I went to, yes, but you still would miss multiple drives per axis on the duet one, I think. No, I think it has it. Let's look at the duet. So I'm back at the duet docs page, and I think, where are we? Let's go to the start here. It should be a configurator. So config a mini 5 and we'll change pins. That's what I'm thinking, is we can go through the same basic process and then just cross-reference what pins should be for what. Where is the configurator? Configuring firmware. Notes. RepRap Firmware configuration tool. So this is the main one. We're going to go for version 3.5 or 3.6, and we're going to start a new configuration from scratch. Cartesian was selected in the configurator. Does changing to Core XY make a difference? That was when I refreshed, Bill. My initial setup, I had chosen Core XY. When I screwed up by refreshing the page and losing the address, when I went back, I never changed that. Okay, so we are going to be in SBC mode, and we're going to change this. We're going to try this. This might be a interesting path to go on, but we'll see. We want to read the config override file. So this is basically like your M500 saving settings. That's what this is for. Save print state on power failure. I'm going to leave that off. This is FFF 3D printing. Mode on startup is that. We're going to go Core XY. And what is advanced? I'm not going to change that. Check this option if you have a direct display connected to your duet, like a 12864 or TFT display. Is that, do I want to check that or do I not? I don't think I need to because I'm using the Pi. Oh, it's not connected to duet. There we go. No LED strips. Don't have an LED strip. You can always add the NeoPixel. Is there one? Yeah, on the Toolhead board later. We want basic configuration here. We want to get this thing moving. That's the goal today. Get it homing today. Configure Ethernet. We don't need to do that, and we don't need to configure Wi-Fi because we're using the Pi. Configure CAN connected expansion boards. Yes. Direct CAN connecting. That is not what I want. I want something like a, let's just go with like the Roto tool board, right? What did you suggest I do? Did you have a suggestion? We're faking stuff right now. Hey, Warpworks. Rotor or one. Let's go with the more, I think the more basic. The Roto board has a few extra things on it. CAN address, accelerometers. Is this in LA? Is that correct? Here, let's go back here. There was a thing on the accelerometer configuration. Let's see what that says. It is an LAS 3DH. How to set up and configure the... Okay, I'm not going to worry about that too much then. No CAN. Get on the tool board. Oh, I see. Let's say none then. Figure that out later. Driver. Spread cycle. So we have drivers. All of the drivers. What are these things? These are 1.5 amp. I think we can go an amp on them. At least for initial values. And what are the Z's? The Z's are going to be the other way. Let's reduce these. These are 1 amp motors. Let's bump those down. And why can't I choose a, this is drivers, tuning stepper motor drivers. Why can't I choose a current for the 5th one? If you cannot set up required drivers, mat them to access or extruders first. Okay. Any plans to build a box turtle? You asked that before. Somebody asked that before, and I forgot to answer it. There are plans. I am on the list to get a production version of the LDO box turtle kit. So when that comes around, we'll fit it into the schedule. But the current ones being built out there are all pre-production. And I'll be working on the final version when it's ready. Let's go down here. Let's set up the axes. So we have X and Y and Z. So we're going to add a Z. How do we do this? Is that right? Or is it a different spot that we do this? I don't remember for the 3Z motors. Is that correct? Just adding an axis? But it seems weird. Is that a Z? What if we do another one? Let's just get, no, that's just, did you hit the add plus for the toolboard or just select it in the list? Oh, I just selected it. There we go. Thank you. And this is going to be 124. There we are. And that is where we go there. There we are. And I'll tweak those things later. Aha. There we go. That adds the thing, allows me to change this Z-stepper. I didn't hit add when I selected that toolboard. So that was a oversight. We'll tune sensorless homing later, so I'm going to leave those. I think that's all. We'll end up changing directions once we get things moving. And then I'm confused on how to set up the 3Z steppers. Am I on the right track here? I thought that doesn't make sense. Z, oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I know what I'm doing wrong. Let's delete these two. Let's add a here, and we should, why don't we have the 5th driver off of the duet? Yep. So we're adding other Z's by clicking here, but I think it's a matter of, we've got the Duet Mini 5. I think it's because of that. What is the, except for the extruder? Well, I should have another driver still available on the Mini 5, and why don't I see it there? Because it's set for the extruder. You're right. Extruder needs to be there. Now I can pull it from there. Okay, got it. Figuring it out live, remember? Appreciate the help. Okay, so now we have our 3, and I'm gonna, because I want to choose these in order, I'm gonna choose them in order. Don't draw my name in the giveaway. Well, you got 55 minutes. That's a pretty long walk. You got time. Okay. We will see. See you, Tuxedo. Now you know why I use that, the configs I already have. Yeah, I get it. Kind of want to go from scratch, though. We'll use yours as a reference when I screw up. don't forget to set min max. Set min max speeds. Oh yeah, we probably want more than max speed. Max speed of 0.2 millimeters per second, or max speed change, max speed change. I don't know what that should be. Default value is 0.2. Max speed of Z should be a little higher than that. It is lead screws. Acceleration. I don't know what we're going to want to do here. $120. 20. These are all going to change. 20. And all of that is fine. Steps per millimeter. These are 1.8s, right? Yep. Now there should be, is there a calculator for these in here? I thought there was. There we go. 10K for both. We will calibrate the stepper. Just getting values. We're getting a config here. And then we'll put in things. What do we have on here? Oh, what is what is supposed to be the limit for the Revo Roto? I don't remember what it was, so let's go 400 for right now. Okay, Z probes is going to be a... So now this is the difference between Z probe and Z end stop. We are going to do a switch, right? Z probe should be a switch because we're using the Revo PZ. We're just going to set it up as a switch, I think. And this is going to be on the CAN board, and we have that plugged in to, let's go to pin names. We plugged the that in. I think we plugged that into right here, which is GPIO 16, I think. I think we grabbed GPIO 16, which is going to be, well, we're going to change this because it doesn't know. I forgot. We're gonna change this. It doesn't know. We are going to put it on a CAN board port. We're just going to pick one. And we'll have to figure all this other stuff out. There's no deploy or retract there. So now end stops, we're going to go none. Single motor load, multiple motor load detection, right? For Core XY, do you have to, Norgorod or anyone? I forget. I've set this up. I set this up on my V2. It's been a while though. Do you choose multiple motor? Or do you use, actually there is some help here. Here, there's a document here. Sensorless homing here on the Team Gloomy site. Let's see if there's some indication here. Supported on the fly. Getting stall detection working can be tricky, and sensorless homing will almost certainly require some tuning. Following line must be added to the board. It's not needed. We'll have to add that. to the board text file. I got that. Config changes. Is it in here? Is it multiple motor? I think so. I think it's multiple motor stall detection because you're detecting it on both. So let's do that. And stop location, and we are going to put it, we're going to home to the high end, similar to any other Voron build. And for Z, we are going to use probe, and we are going to home to the low end. Let's go ahead and enable mesh. No, we don't need a mesh. What are we talking about? We don't need a mesh. This is a V0 bed. We are going to tram it and print. Temperature sensors. Sensor 0 is a heated bed. And it is a thermistor, and it is on the main board. And I don't know what values these are going to need to be. This is one of the things that really confuses me in RepRap Firmware is thermistor setup. The issue with Nighthawk 36, have they resolved it yet to your knowledge? I think they're working on it. I think they're close. The hot end is going to be on the CAN board, so we're going to do that. And leave all that. And then heaters. Heated bed. We want to PID tune it, and it's going to be on an out port. There used to be a pull down for common thermistor types there. Yeah, just thermistor and PT1000. I don't see anything else there. Nozzle heater is on, I don't know, we're just going to put it on a, what is that? Why is that? Because you have PID heaters, it is recommended to auto-tune these heaters using M303, sure. But why are we giving an error here? Nope, don't need that. Okay, don't need that. Okay. Okay, bed heaters. We have the bed heater. We don't have a chamber heater. We have those pins are pretty much correct on the tool board. Out 0 is heat. I figure I was just going to check everything. We're just getting a basic configuration, right? Fan 0 is going to be on, so fan 0 is usually the hot end fan. It is going to be on one of the toolhead board outs. Don't have a tack. Monitored sensor. So that's this is the part cooling fan. It's usually fan 0, right? And then this is the fan 1 is already defaulted to the nozzle monitored sensor. And it is going to be on another one of the outputs. And then tools. We have tool 0, which is E0. And what are the custom settings? Nope. Okay, I think that is the basic configuration, right? Hey, Liz. So let's finish it and download the config bundle. Happy Sunday. Oh, I don't know how much, if we saved any work there or not. Let's get rid of that. Let's save this to our config. I don't know if we saved any work there, but we will see. Now we can go here, go to system, and let's go to our system directory, and upload our config bundle. Open. We do not want to actually run this. Let's just do that and close. You know, the basic framework, it should help some, I hope. And now we're going to start in config.g. So we have the beginnings, which is setting coordinates, setting extrusion moves, and naming the printer. Wait a bit for the CAN expansion board to become available. Just gives a little bit of a delay in the startup. And then we're going to configure the accelerometer on board 124. So what is M955? Let's go back here. M955. Configure accelerometer. And is there a I-20? What does I-20 mean? I is accelerometer orientation. If we come over here, the accelerometer I-10 is what we want for this. An example command would be, now, if we go over here, tells the firmware which of the 24 possible orientations the accelerometer chip is and relative to the printer axes. X expresses a 2-digit number. The first digit specified which machine direction the Z-axis of the accelerometer chip, usually the top face of the chip, faces. I'm going to guess it's 10. But we could go through here and figure that out. Accelerometer chips line up with the machine axis. The accelerometer, the orientation is 20. So the Z on this faces plus Y, so it is 1. The second digit expresses which direction the X axis of the accelerometer chip faces. Z plus is what it looks like, or Z minus. Oh. There's a chart there that shows the I values for tall that we can go, but I think I-10 is right, how you have yours. There might be a chart around here, but I'm going to just not spend a ton of time on this and change this to I-10. So now these are the drivers, and it is M569. Is the motor driver number, and I think those are all correct. So, and hey, Dutch dude. And then the extruder is on CAN board 124. So now motor idle current reduction, we'll leave that for now. Z, or the axis mapping, should be correct. Travel is going to need to be adjusted, but we'll leave those right now. And the extruder is on the CAN board. Here's our first pin. So our probe is actually connected to pin names GPIO 16. So I think we go, is that just GPIO 16.in? GPIO 16. Now is the .in, is that just like that? I think it's like there. Yeah. Oops, that's hidden. There we go. GPIO 16. Hey, John. Okay. So temp 0 is the heated bed, and that is going to change to, if we go to, let's go back to the Fly Super 5 Pro and pin names. So if we come down here, we have bed out couldn't be bed out. This is sensor though. So let's go, we used ADC2. Is that, what, ADC2, just ADC2. So we're going to go here and we're going to set this to ADC2. And that's thermistor for the heated bed. And then for the, here we have hot end thermistor, which is, we set it up on temp 0, GPIO 27. Is that where we have that plugged into? Plugged in right there. All right. Yeah, GPIO 27 or temp 0. And that'll work right there. Oops, that'll work right there for the nozzle thermistor. Temp 0 is a valid name for that, I think. Maybe not. Temp 0, GPIO 27. Oops, next. Yes, temp 0 is a valid name for that pin name. So we can leave that. Okay, heaters. So heater 0 is the bed, which is out 0. Which one is it? Where were we? Bed out is, we can just say PB0. And we can know for sure. PB0. I don't know if that needs to be uppercase or lowercase, but it's not. Superfly, direction pins, other pins. Where is the fan? Oh, bed out. PB_0 is what it would be, but we can say bed out. So we're going to say bed out. Bed out. Hey, Vincent. And then on the Toolhead board, it is out 0. Out 0 is GPIO 23. Yep, it's just out 0. No kitty cam. Well, it was getting in the way. It was getting in the way of the beginning stuff, and I forgot to turn it back on. So we were looking at the corner of the screen there at the beginning of this. Okay, so that's correct. Now we have fans. So our fan 0 is a part cooling fan, and that is, which one did I plug that into? Plug that into out 1. So out 1 and out 2. Out 2 is the part cooling fans, and out 1 is the hot end fan. So out 2 is part cooling fans, and out 1 is that. Oh, and that's down below. That's right here. Okay, if I save this and restart the main board, we may get sensor values. The cats are growing. It's ridiculous. I'm still getting this. While heated bed is not coming up properly. Why is that not coming up properly? Thermistor bed is wrong. We'll have to figure that out. Hey, Marlon. Kids will need bigger beds soon. They're starting to spill over. Well, they spill over onto each other. Okay, why is the heated bed giving us such a incorrect value here? Let's find out. Hey, Projects in Dad's Garage. Welcome. Why is it giving such a incorrect value? Let's go to config G, look at the thermistor for the heated bed. I have set up as ADC2. Not RepRap Firmware issues, RepRap Firmware configuration. Now, the issues we've had are in the configurator is not useful right now for the setup I have. Now, was that ADC2? So let's look at where I actually plugged this in, which was right here, which is, oh, it's because I plugged it into ADC1. That's why. Even though the board, the silkscreen says ADC2 on it. The silkscreen for this port very clearly says ADC2. This, where are we here? It does say ADC2. But here it says ADC1. So, pin name is not right for the probe. It needs to be, it looks like it's not seeing the right thermistor pin for the bed. Yeah. This is ADC1. And what was the name on that? Let me just make sure. ADC2. Where is ADC? Oh, yep, ADC1. So let's see if that works. Let's just fix one thing at a time now that we've got things going. Let's see if we get a sane value on the bed now. There we go. Okay, so bed set. They are comfy. Okay. Do I have a... Yep, I got a light there. I wonder if I... Yep, I'm getting a trigger on the PZ probe. So now What do we got? Pin name is not right for the probe. It needs to be 124 IO2 out. Look, seeing the right thermistor pin for the bed. Well, we fixed that. IO2 out, but it's an in for probe, isn't it? Is it on live? I am live. And I messed up. Okay. Probe. Where were we? Fans, tools, motor, probes. Here. So this is, so does this have to be GPIO 16.in? Let's look at this. GPIO 16 is IO2.in. So that's that. I can use the pin name should be IO2.in for GPIO 16. So let me fix that. IO2.in. That'll fix the probe. Save. Let's save that. Oh, getting there. Getting there. Okay. Oh, Z probe. Let's see what happens. Hey, there we go. I can tap it and it's changing. So that's a good thing. Cool. You see that right there? When I tap the tool head to trigger the PZ. Awesome. Oh. Okay. What is next? What is next? Should I turn this thing over so we can start messing with homing and sensorless homing and all that kind of stuff? I think I should, but let's shut it down. There is a command for shutting down the Pi from within DWC. Let me see if we can find it. There's an SBC setup, and what is there was some information here on useful commands. Here we go. So useful commands for SBC is command a graceful shutdown. Shutdown sudo. Let's go here. Let's copy this. Let's go in here and let's go into our macros. And we're going to create a new shutdown macro. And just paste that line. Save. Now we should get a shutdown macro. There we go. Okay, so shutting this down so I can flip it over so we can start messing around with homing stuff. We got 26 minutes until Polymaker giveaway time, so be sure to get your entries in, get your likes in. What do we think so far? This isn't actually going too bad. The configurator thing was kind of frustrating, but the rest of this isn't really going too bad. I'm trying to flip this over without yanking on this cable from the display. There we go. We can do that right there. I'm going to manually move the bed down out of the way so we have some time to move things around. There we go. Oh. Okay. This is all the stuff that I dread the most at this point. Sensorless setup and all that kind of thing is all fun. Let's see if I can just take a print here and prop the display up a bit. Okay, power it on. Done with this. So let's put this away. Just let that sit there. Whatever. I reckon we need a cameo from Bill Brothers on a stream. At some point we do. At some point. Absolutely. Maybe we need to revisit one of the CNCs or something. That'd be a good one. Do some milling content. Hey, Linux CNC 3 times, Bill Brothers shows up. Okay, we are looking really good here. So let's see. Yep, we've got that triggering. JS UK has a config for v0.2, all sensorless using a Mini 5. That should be 90% okay for the Super 5. Post a link for you to reference. Should have Micron Classic 120 frames for $35. So I grabbed a couple. What's the Classic all about? Did Micron frames change? There's a Micron 120 and a Micron 180. So it's probably just the difference in size there, Joseph. Okay. We need to get it homing first. We need to at least get it moving in the right direction. I am going to, I think, move this in the middle and let's just see if things are moving in the right direction. I'm just going to home X and then emergency stop and just see if it's even moving in the right direction so we can figure out what things to change for either inverting or moving drivers around. So I think, so X is moving in the correct direction. So let's just E-stop that. That was homing X. It's a good sign. Let's let it reconnect. Okay. And then let's home Y. Y is moving in the right direction. Cool. So E-stop that. Very slow, but it's moving in the right direction for both of them. Now, the Z's are not moving in the right direction. It was getting further off from each. Now, how do I, can I move individually the bed? Can I move, how do I know which? Let's see, let's home X again. Now I know it's in the right spot. So let's keep an eye on here. Which ones move in the correct direction? They should move the bed down on this first move. So let's just, oh, all of them are inverted. They all moved up. They all moved up. At different rates though. So let's look at that. Let's look at that in the config. System, config G, and They all moved up, which is the, so M569 is what we want to look up. 569. Set motor direction. So which is direction? Direction of movement. So the S value, we need to invert the S value on all of these. So this is 0, 0, and 0. And that should get them moving. I want to look at something else first before I go too far though. Because I think one of them, I don't think steps per millimeter is set the same on all of them. Let's go back into config and axes, set minimums, configure steps per millimeter. Z is 400. So it should be the same on all of them. Okay. Hey, Zarp. Let's close this. And if we do this again, we should see, they should all, here. Get that all lined up. If we home X, they are moving at different rates. Why are they moved? This one moved further than the other two. Why is that? Why did that one move further than the other two? Let's look. Home X, move Z relative to the current position, avoid dragging the nozzle over the bed. There's nothing here that would change that. What's your voltage? What do you mean voltage? Current. That set axis driver current 600. It's 600. Z is 2, 3, and 4. Driver 2, 3, and 4. Hope everything. Hey, 3D experiments. Driver jumperless, right? Driver, we're going to be running sensorless homing, but this doesn't matter. These should be moving the same. I mean, but that one obviously moved further. And why? No, I mean, these are the same, these are the same steppers I used on this printer. Only 3 drivers for Z? Yes, 3. So we have the drivers set up here. So this sets up the Z-axis drivers right here, 2, 3, and 4. And this uses steps per millimeter. RepRap Firmware uses steps per millimeter, and you set this as Z. So it's not set for each one. Let me look at, just because this starts getting useful, Nergalrot's config G. Let's look at yours and what you have set for steps per millimeter. Yeah. Usually you can hear it if there is a, you can hear it if there's a problem with a stepper. But I'm just confirming there isn't anything different in setup. Let me, I'm going to disconnect this display so I can move this printer around. So let's go here and shut it down. I'm going to disconnect the display. Did not hear any noise until a good bit of travel and then the gantry racked. Wow. Okay, let's power this off and disconnect the display. Just so I can move things around without worrying about it. Okay, we've got the bottom of the printer here. Let's just go through. We've got all of these. They're all plugged in. All the connectors look good. Just making sure everything's consistent, consistently plugged in. Aha! That's the problem. Found the problem. Interesting problem. It still moved, but I found the problem. It just shows that first inspect. Just check all the basic stuff. Any guesses on what the problem is? Hey, Tuxedo. It is plugged in. They're all plugged in. I was inspecting all the wires, making sure there's no pins that look out of place, anything like that. All the wire orders are correct. This is driver Z1 and Z2. You're not gonna guess it. And everything's powered off, right? Let's just make sure. Yeah. Somehow, I forgot to put the UART jumper on this stepper. I have no idea how I noticed that just with that cursory glance at everything down here. Yep. That's what happened. You took time to tell us what, yeah, I did. I did. But I took time with them all plugged in. So there we go. Put that guy in there. All the rest of them are good. Neglected jumper. Okay, that is plugged in. Okay, that means I can turn this back over. I love small printers. Small printers are very, very nice to work on. Am I alone in having a divided? No, not at all. You're not alone. I've got them sorted by color. Now, I've grabbed them out of here because I haven't split out all these that came with the board. But those will end up going into my little bin there. Oh wow, it's already 10 minutes till Polymaker time. We're about 68 likes shy though. Maybe I'll delay it by a few minutes. Okay. Let's go back here. It is a 120 bed, yep. As far as I know, this is still the only 120 millimeter solid fork serialized. Which blows my mind. But this was a self-source build. It didn't start as a kit, so most of the kits are 160 builds. Okay, we are back up and running. Things are still, yep, it still triggers. Let's go back here, and if we go ahead and home X, all those should move the same amount. Hey, there we go. All of them move the same amount. Imagine that. I'm gonna go. Okay. Where did Oscar go? Oh, you're back there. Hi, Oscar. Okay. I agree, Barnyard. I am a big fan of the 180 size. Another thing I need to put on the project list is revamping my Micron. Let's look at sensorless homing configuration. This can be fun. Configuring sensorless homing. Sensorless homing and stall detection is functional for all TMC 2209s. It is supported on the Fly Super 5 Pro. Getting stall detection working can be tricky. So board.txt changes. So we don't have a board.txt. We actually need that, don't we? Is that in here? We need a board.txt file, which we don't have. Because we didn't use the STM32 thing here. Your config has one, right? Board.txt. You need to make it with just the setting you need for the diag pins. But what is here? What is in here? This is your board.txt. For the, oh, this is for, you're using a Fly Super 8 Pro. TMC smart drivers, ESP settings. It looks like I just need, do I need it for the temp sensor pins? Or does it matter? Apparently it didn't matter. Ignore mine, it's not this board and it's all, yeah. But can I get to a, so I just need this. So I need a board.txt with this in here. So let's go back here and let's create a file, board.txt, and paste that in there and save that. And is it board or boards? It's board, okay. Okay, so we needed that board.txt file. And please only include the diag pin numbers where you intend to use sensorless homing on that axis. So the diag pin for, and which one is that? Is this in order? So we don't need, we only need the first two, but there are There are 6 here. Oh, it's because, why are there 6 there? PB7, PC7. If you only want to enable the sensorless homing stall detection on driver 1, only include no pin. Okay, PB7 and PC7 is what I actually want there. So I can delete the rest of these because we're not doing stall detection on anything else. There we go. So that should be our, oops. That should be our board.txt file because we're only using the diag pins on the first 2 drivers for X and Y. And which one were those? PB7, PC7. Where do those show up on here? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, they do. PB7 and PC7. They're the end stop pins. Of course they are. And that makes sense right there. Okay. This is saying whether we need to, if we're using the Mellow drivers, we need to make sure that we have the diag pin turned on instead of off. And config.g changes. TMC 2209 and TMC 2226 drivers only support stall detection when using stealth chop mode. So useful commands M112 and M120 or M122. P200 would tell you all the stuff your system detects. When you should run it, it would have caught that missing jumper. And these diag pins when set. Poity runs and hides. No, I promise no Steve words, Poity. No Steve words today. What is this? M. Does this come up? M. You said M122 twice. Did you intend to say that this command can be used without any additional parameters? Let's see what happens when we do M22. Let's restart the mainboard on this too. Go back here, and apparently I never turned this back on. There we go. Okay. I keep getting this incompatible software versions. Is that normal? I mean, everything here, the only thing that's off is the DSF. Why is it saying incompatible software version still? What happens if we go M122? Ah. It is, mine says 1 minute, BBs. You're a little behind there. And we did hit over 200 likes, so that's good. I'm happy with that. Standstill 2209. Oh, that's a lot of information. Hey, Reth. Okay, let's switch over to giveaway time. Wheel of names. Let's open my template. And if you haven't entered, be sure you enter. I am continuing the trend of instant gratification for the winner. I have all of the things staged and ready to go. So if your name is drawn, you will get an email from me right away. They should all be 534. Try running, get the version numbers to sync up. Let's do that while we're waiting. Let's go here to the console and run M997S0. Updates are being installed. Okay. Oh, you know what I need? I need a new spin thing here, and it needs to be Felix and Oscar in a yin yang configuration. That's what we need for this. Okay. I am going to close the entries when we haven't had a new one in 3 seconds. Apparently the trend is these 3 seconds are getting shorter and shorter. Good luck getting them to pose for that. The trick is you stare at the eyes when this spins. Stare at the eyes. See if I can draw it. There you go. New entry in 3 seconds. Let's start the countdown now. They're in perfect position. It's not quite, I guess countdown isn't starting now. It's not quite as circular enough. Yeah, I don't think that works. I'll take a picture, but I don't think it works quite right. We have had a couple new ones, so let's start over. 3, 2. Can we have a hint of the Godfather Charlie in the background? Not ready to let him go. Just me though. Well, the channel icon is still Charlie. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. They are laying in the right position. It's just not circular enough. New ones have been added, so starting over. 3, 2, 1. I wonder if I can. We'll just pet him. There you go. 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Half. People were complaining that this wasn't taking long enough the last few times, so we just got one. So 3, 2. I know the time goes by so quick, doesn't it? 1. They're tiny. They're huge. The interchange between Felix, Oscar, and Charlie each week. We could do something. We could do something. Half. Everybody's in? Okay, done. Link it out. We should have more entries last minute then. It's on us to prolong it. That's true. That's true. The thing is, we are also continuing the trend of not having as many entries as we have people watching, which boggles my mind that everybody has all the filament they could possibly use. Why? There we are. Brian was the first entry. And Vasil got in the last one. Cheesy Potato, you were 4th from last. Let's copy that. Paste this in. Ran out of space for filament boxes. Yeah, I've got way too much, way more filament than I know where to put. Let's see. My shelf right now, but it's still enter to win. I well over 300. I'm probably approaching 400 boxes. So, just throw out a number there. I'll pick one. We need the engagement though, so we need numbers out there. We need numbers, and I'll pick a random one that stands out. Let's see. Geek Boy, you said 11. Let's do 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, spin. Keep an eye on his eyes. Who do we got? Francois Nugier, are you here? Congratulations. You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. As soon as I get up here. 2 hours, nope, 2 minutes. Congratulations. And there you are. I see you. Congrats. If you are in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the US or Canada store. If you're outside the US or Canada, you get a pick from a long list of rolls of filaments. Let me get you in here. And there's that. So now we go over here. Paste that. And copy that. Paste that. And you should have an email when it gets through. Congrats. I get to remove the pin and delete the link in the description. Save. Nugier? Nugier? Thank you. And congrats. 3-meter RepRax holds 40-ish spools. I'm putting up another this morning. Nugier. Nugier? Nugier. I try. I try. Congratulations. Close that. Let's clear this out for next time. And back to... I removed. I didn't unpin. So I retracted the message. Now it's unpinned. Yep. Perfect. No new Polar Ted Club members. Okay. Goal here is homing. So let's get it homing. So I think goal here is homing. Next stream would be finish paneling it, skirting it, and hopefully printing. So let's get this, let's get it homing today. Where were we? On to sensorless. So only support stall detection when using stealth chop mode. I may grab my config from my V2 because it is powered on. I should be able to access it. Where's Ted? Recently he popped into Liz's giveaway stream, but he's been AFK a lot. Busy. People get busy. The only modification required in config.g is to add the following to each M569 command where sensorless homing is to be used. D3 sets the driver into stealth chop mode, and V40 sets the speed at which the driver switches over to spread cycle. You'd say we're on the home stretch. We are. This is part 6. That's not too bad. Not too bad for a rebuild in 6 parts. So D3 V40 and the 569 command. Let's go back here, look at the config, M569 D3 V40. And this sets up. Now, I think on my V2 that I have, I do all of this in the home configs, in the homing files. Switching between spread cycle and stealth chop. Thanks for doing these builds. I just finished watching the Voron Zero S1. Awesome. Is that O or 0? Single digit YouTube name. See ya, Yeri. There won't be a stream next week. Won't be a stream next week. I will be in Manchester. I will be in Manchester next weekend. So it's a 0. And then driver checks. At this point is a good time to check whether your drivers are functioning correctly. Send M122 and check that each driver is being recognized correctly. So this is what Norgorot was saying a bit ago. Yeah, big thanks to Polymaker. They've enabled me. That is the 133rd time, not including the big 10,000 subs anniversary or celebration stream. That's the 133rd time I've given away Polymaker filament. That's pretty cool. And it's pretty much a no obligation on my part from them. It's just give away filament. I don't have to use it. There's no expectation of what projects I use what filament in. So that's the only reason I do it. I've used it in a lot of projects, but I mostly pick my filament by the color I want. Or if there's something different, like a glass fiber or a carbon fiber or something I want to try. So, we did check. We ran the M122. If M122 reports driver not present where a driver is expected, then you need to revisit the jumpers and settings. So this would have found that jumper error that I had. Made board.txt changes, send M122 P200, make sure that changes are reflected in the output. What is that? M122 P200, what does that do? This is done, so let's save this, restart it. Hey, see ya, Jeff. Take care. Okay, so we're back up. Oh, we were doing that. We were doing the update. Connection established when we were doing an update before. Okay. Heater 0 predicted maximum temperatures. Yeah, whatever. The installed software. What are we at now? It did not update. Install update? No. That command didn't update it. I forgot that we ran that. It didn't update these to 354 because we had run the M997S0. ECS has been stopped. Connection. Oh, that was just the override.g not found. Config override.g. I need to create that file. But what was this? M122P200. RepRap Firmware for STM. Find pins. Ooh, lots of information. But what should we see here? We should see the diag pins. Where did I see that? Stepper. I don't know exactly what I should be looking for there. Oh. driver 0 standstill, SG min 0, driver 0 standstill is something I should see. Where would I see that? Driver 0. I don't see that in here. Is that a problem? Stepper. I don't see that. Should I? This is saying driver 0, example S2209 detection. Does that make sense? Do you only need him? M122 P200 should give us, but I don't see what it's telling us we should see as an output. That's just the M122 command, not the M. What? Oh, I see. I see. So if we go M122, driver 0 standstill, SG, yeah. Okay. Okay. Without P200. Got it. Yeah. Homing file changes. This is where the main setup of sensorless homing takes place. Before using the examples below to configure sensorless homing, it's suggested to test each access with the following homing code. Ensure that you comment out your current homing code. So test each access with this homing code. So let's go here and let's go to System and Home X. And let's put this down here. And is there a shortcut to comment things out? Is there a shortcut to comment things out? Well, I know that, but I'm going to hit Control/ for... I know that. I'm talking about a keyboard shortcut to highlight things and comment them out like we can in Mainsail and stuff. Okay, so this is setting a very sensitive stall detect. That's -127. That's the value. Control / doesn't seem to work here. Nope. Configure end stop for stall detection and should stall pretty much immediately. So let's save this and we should be able to see if I go to X. Why is it? Oh, because I clicked home Y. Because oops, I clicked the wrong button. Home X. Home X should immediately stall. Yep, immediate stall. Once you have confirmed that your motors are stalling, adapt the example Cartesian homing files below. Copies are also included at the below Google Drive links. The SNH will probably need tweaking. H is typically 200 for 1.8 degree motors and 400 for 0.9 degree motors. S is the stall detection threshold. Oops, I'm reading this. R is the action to take on detecting a stall. Pause print, execute. default, no action. So we should be able to, so it's saying we should, H is typically 200 for one. So let's go back here. Let's go to System and Home X. H is typically 200. And then this is far 2. So let's go, I have no idea. We're just changing a value by a significant amount and see what happens when we Home X. Instant trigger. So now let's change that to, let's just try 0. 0. Save. Home X. Instant. Okay. I wonder, I'm curious. Oops, that's not what I want. I wanted that. Curious what I have for set up for my V2. Just out of curiosity. Let's go to, this is my Voron 2. Go to System and Home X. I have a sensitivity value of -10. Is that right? Yeah, H200 S -10. Switches are so much simpler. What are we talking about? Oh, yes. Yes, for sure. But I didn't want to install switches on this. Okay. So let's just keep going to, let's go S50. We want this to not trigger at some point. Oh, and it's moving in the wrong direction now. But it did home. It's just homing in the wrong direction. Let's make sure, because I homed that before and it moved in the correct direction. Why is it moving in the wrong direction now? Homing low now, not high. Right, but why? Is that because, is that here in, is that here? Home X. Configure end stop for stall detection. Which, see you, Vincent. Is that the M574? Configure X-axis end stop. Yes, it should be X2. It should be X2. That's why it's in this home. This should be X2. Save. Now we should be able to go back here and it should. Okay. M84. Let's see what's going on here. Home X. I thought that was what it was. M574. Oops. Set end stop configuration. And the S. Oh, no. Oops. That's not what I wanted. S is the. Is it S3? That's what I screwed up. I shouldn't have changed that value. S X. Which one was it? X1. X1, M574, X1. What is that? Position of end stop. Oh, high end. That should be X2. Position of end stop. High end should be X2. Never mind. X2. S3 says, oops. S3 is single motor load detection. Should this be single motor or should it be multiple motor? Notes. It's 2. Okay. But why is that homing to the wrong direction? Why is that homing in the wrong direction? Why is that homing in the wrong direction? Configure X, so the M574, the end stops, that's the 574. End stop is at the high end, which is 2. Should be X2. It's X2. M574 here, X2. Oh, and this, so this needs to change because it's trying to move. Now we want to move to max. So what it's doing is we're setting up where it's going to stall. And then here is the movement it's going to make and what it's going to do. That H says what to do once you hit that trigger point. So that's why this is doing it. So I needed to get rid of, because I'm homing to max, the example is set up to home to min. So let's save that, and now we should get a correct. Cool. So home's X. Now we need to do the same thing for Y. So let's just go in here and copy this. And down here at home Y, we're going to put this in here, but we're going to change these to Y. And we're going to comment out this for right now. Okay. Is a solid fork still one hand carryable like a V0 is? Yes. Okay. So let's save this. Keep in mind, this is a solid fork 120. Solid fork 180 is that much bigger. All Core XY examples I have use single mode load. Okay, that makes sense. There's probably something more about that that I don't know or understand. Okay, so now we can go back here and we can home Y. And it is not sensitive enough. Okay. So if we go back to system and home Y, we're going to move this to 0. And home Y. Nope. It woke up the cat. Why is it? Okay, so we need to make sure that this is going to trigger at the maximum sensitivity value first before we do anything else. Let's turn off the motors and home Y. It is not. So we're missing something with Y. It's not, what am I missing? I probably messed up editing something. So we are, oh, because this is the driver, M915. So this is the problem right here. It's in this M915 command is where I didn't change. So if we go to M915, configure motor stall detection, that P is probably needs to be P1, driver number. Yep. So I left that at P0. So it was still trying to detect off of X. So this needs to be P1. Save that. And turn off stepper motors again so I can move it. And now home Y. Why didn't that do it? Why didn't that do it? What am I missing? Y. P1 should be the driver, right? Home Y. P1, yep. Configure the Y and stop. All of that should be, maximum sensitivity is -127. Why didn't Y trigger? Save that and look at config G for Y. Yeah, both of those are set. Is it 0.1? Is that what's going on? Does that actually have to be, is that Y? Yeah, I think so. This should be 0.1. Save. No? What am I missing here? What am I missing? Why am I not changing on Y? Does this work? That should be 0. Here. Driver number to configure. Motor stall detection. Oh, this is P0, 2, and 3. That's colon, so that's not correct. Those shouldn't be 0.0. Driver number should be the I feel like that's where the error is, though. It's something in there. It should be 1. It should be P1. Home Y. This should be P1. Configure the end stop. And this is configuring Y. What's the M572 again? Or 574. Do you need to be in home Y config? I am. I am in home Y config. Y at the high end. And S3. So I'm home Y. Oh, I'm in home Y.G. I'm setting the driver 1 with a high sensitivity value. Here, let's go 10 here, because this is back to the default testing configuration. All of this should be correct, and we should be able to, let's turn off the steppers again, and homing Y should trigger, and it's not triggering. Okay. The 0 is the board address, 0 is the main board, so P0.1 will work being very specific, but it's not this problem. Yeah. Okay, let's shut down. That's the right diag pin set. It should be, but I want to check the I want to check since I've grabbed pins, let's just once again go back. So so that's plugged in. Everything is here. Let's just swap these two. These are drivers that I grabbed off the shelf, so let's just swap these two. Just for fun, as a quick test. Okay. And then we'll check the config on the diag pin, but it looked like it was correct. And that's in the boards.txt file, right? Let's let this come back up. Okay, we're back up. So if we go over, let's just try it now just because I made a change. I swapped those drivers. Let's just see what happens. Home Y. No. So that doesn't make a difference. So if we go to system and that board.txt is defining PB7 and PC7 as the diag pins. And that's what we were supposed to do back here, PB7 and PC7. And if we look at the pinout, where is it? Here, PB7 and PC7 are the two diag pin ports. PB7 and PC7. And this is going off of the example. It all follows the example. And you can verify P100 and look for TMC stepper diag. Let's find out. M122 P1. That doesn't seem to work. Oh, P200. Look for TMC stepper diag. That's okay. TMC diag pins. B7, C7. Yep, that's right there. So it's B7 and C7. Those seem to be defined. And there's nothing in here, so it's in all the correct modes, right? Home Y. Now, is it valid to do 0.1 just to make sure we know which driver we're using there? Is that valid to do that right there? 84. Yeah, it's not detecting it at all on home X is working just fine. Sensorless homing is working on X, not on Y. Yeah, 30% off. Pex Peppers. Black Friday hot sale sale. Why is that not working? But it appears Clipper screen has different time estimate than main sale in the browser. They do their own calculation though, right? In 574 Y2, all of this is changed to the right thing. Why isn't it? I tried swapping drivers. All the physical setup is all the same. Why isn't it working? And stops. Y2S4. Y2S4. Y2S3. Here, let's change this. There's no reason. Let's change this to S3. That shouldn't change it, but it's just... Yeah. Save. Restart. I'm puzzled. Works fine for X, doesn't work for Y. Yeah. It won't trigger. It won't trigger on Y. Your diag ports on Y jumper. You don't on this one. You basically cut the pin if you don't want to use sensorless. Or you use the Mellow drivers and turn a little dip switch off. I don't feel... Does anybody feel like I'm missing something? Or is there something else going on? We should be able to confirm if we go to home X, and this should work at 0.0, since that's driver 0. save that. Home Y, there's nothing extra. Can you install it by hand? I don't know. I don't think so because of the way this works. I go here, look at Home X, and it works great. Home Y. Nope. What am I missing? PB7, PC7. Driver 0 stalled at Z height. 0 is what I saw real fast. I followed exactly the same thing as for X, and it's not. It's not doing it. Pins are being listed. For drivers, work with the test code, but don't stall with the example. Lower the value of S. For drivers stall straight away, increase the value of S. But it's not, I'm at the minimum value of S, and it's not. Let's look physically, because it's either a software configuration mistake by me, a bug somewhere, or I don't know what. Is there anything weird? I've swapped drivers. I've swapped these two drivers. And it doesn't make a difference. I'm puzzled. I am completely puzzled. Do you need to adjust the X values also, as it uses two motors for XY motion? Not according to, I mean, X works. So X stalls fine. X stalls fine. So the same configuration with the appropriate pointers, which I didn't have at first, but I fixed, should cause Y to stall. And it's not. Is there anything, Nurgarut? Is there anything for like a stepper buzz in Clipper? Is there anything for RepRap Firmware? I've been editing home y.g. Zvonko. That's such a small amount of space to work in. I don't know. I don't know. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Well, what I'm trying to get at is I want to test individual control of the X and Y steppers. I want to test individual control, making sure that they are The thing about stepper buzz that's nice is you can test an individual stepper regardless of the kinematic setup. So I can stepper buzz X and it will move that stepper and make sure that it's moving correctly. I can stepper buzz Y individually. If I just try to set it into a relative motion and just move the tool head, then it's using both steppers to make that movement. Let's comment out the diag pins and board and let the firmware defaults be active. Okay, that's a good try. So board, so we go into board.txt and just comment this out and save it and restart the main board. And if I just go here and simply, let's just try home X. Fails on home X. I mean, it's going to grind for a little bit. That doesn't bother me. It doesn't move very far. Home Y. Same thing. So both of them are doing that. So that is a good indication. So if we go back to the board text, is there something in the, it's PB7 and PC7. That's set. I mean, the board here, PB7 is the first IO0 end stop pin, and PC7, according to this, is the second one. And then looking at the document here, we've got, so PC6, 13, 14, PC6, oh, and then it, oh, there, 13, 14, and 15. There's our 6 end stops. You're right. Hooded lime, you're absolutely right. But they're, okay, so, let's go. Where is, do they have a schematic? So if we go pin names, we can look here too. Superfly Pro, PC6, IO, and then IO0. Here, let's go next. IO0 is PB7, and that is PB7. And then IO1 is PC7. That's all lining up. Is there a schematic for this out there? An actual board schematic? Sometimes they throw that on there. Let's go to Supervise Pro GitHub. Hardware. Schematic. Is Y motor cable in the right stepper driver plug? Yes. Ref, I've kind of been thinking about that too, and that's why I wanted a command like the stepper buzz, because although things are moving in the right directions, do I know that things are configured correctly? I kind of might see where you're going with that. Let me download the schematic so we can zoom in on it. and open the file. Okay, so let's see, where are we? Motors, heated bed, fans, ADC, NeoPixel, here we are. IO0, where's IO1? Oh, that's IO1. Where was IO0? 3, 4, 5, 6. Could define a U-axis and put the driver in that and move it independent. Could use the pin names instead of numbers. Not sure it will make a difference though. Where is IO0 in the schematic? IC3. This says IO1. Shouldn't there be an IO0? Because we should have there's Xmin. See the end stops over here. PC7. PC7 is Ymin. And PB7. Where's PB? PB7 here is Xmin. Yeah. So that all lines up. Up at the where's the drivers? Is this is X and this is Y. Diag 1, diag 0. Diag 0 and diag 1, and then down at the end stops is diag 0 and diag 1. X min, oh, diag 1 is X max. What is X max? Let's try this. Oops, down here, X max is PC13. I wonder if we try that. PC13. Let's see. I mean, does that make sense? You're right. Delete. Save. Start mainboard. Thank Christ. Okay. Let's home X. Make sure that's still working. That worked fine. Home Y. It worked! The documentation is wrong. Look at that. That was pretty, that was satisfying. That was cool. No, this is, I don't blame people for making a mistake like this. That was cool. That was cool to figure out something like that. Going back to the schematic, troubleshooting everything, not seeing anything. obvious in the provider documentation, double checking that documentation, hopefully giving back now. We've found something that can be at least looked at further and probably corrected. That was cool. That was really cool. So now let's go and start editing this. So now this has to go back to the 200 for a 1.8 degree stepper. And we're going to try this right at 0. And save that. And now we're going to do an M84 to reposition this thing. And let's home Y. Okay. It's triggering. That's the key point there. It's triggering. Home X, we had ended up using a value of 50 to work on X. So let's try that same 50 just for fun. Home Y. Awesome. We've got X and Y homing. We've got X and Y homing. That is flippin' sweet. Yes. Success. Okay. Home Z is going to be a whole other story. Although it is, I mean, it does trigger. It's triggering. Error reported, we'll get it updated. Thanks for running it down. Yeah, I mean, that's super satisfying to come across something like that. Super satisfying. And the method of troubleshooting, going through the process and using the resources that we have, and that is very much we've seen the issue with things being labeled inconsistently, that ADC label. So having to decipher that from the Team Gloomy folks from what they're given. Okay, so is Z probe, is this meaning that we're triggered right now? So we need to invert that. So we need to invert the because I think that's that's saying it's triggered right now. When I tap it, there we go. I think we need to change that. And we need to look at our home.z. Home Z. So home Z is move Z, and it's going to home at the center of the bed, it looks like. Go to the bed center and probe the bed. So that's doing all the things it should. Now, if I home Z and it is wrong right now, it shouldn't actually home. So if I go here, and if the probe is triggered right now, it shouldn't actually home. So I'm just going to hit home Z and get ready to e-stop it. Yeah. So, oh, wow. Let's home X, home Y, now home Z. And that Y is a little not sensitive enough. That was what we saw. Yep. So what that's doing is it's already triggered. So we need to, how do I invert that Z probe? So that's, let's go into system and look at the config, and under probe, isn't there, yeah, probes. So the M588 configures, so M588, 558 configures that. So let's look at what M558 is. M558. Set the Z probe type. And specifies the input and the optional modulation pin. Dive the height above the trigger height from which probing starts. Feed rate, travel, sets the Z probe number. Now, where do I set the, like, invert it? How do I invert it? Because right now it's showing as triggered. P Z probe type, is that what it is? Let's look at P. Indicates that no Z probe is present. Whenever Z probing is commanded. Oh, is it really just an exclamation point on the pin name? Where is that documented? C. Let's look at C. C parameter specifies the input and C pin names list available. Invert the input. Here it is. Here's where it's documented. Invert the input by prefixing the input pin with the exclamation point character when using. Okay. So let's go back here, and under here, is this a inside the quotes or outside the quotes? Is it right there, or is it inside? Let's save. Let's find out. We should, I would imagine we'll get an error or something. So let's see what that Z probe says when we're done here. We lost the Z probe. So I'm thinking it needs to be, yeah, illegal parameter. So, yeah, inside. Sometimes you just try it and see if you get an error. There's our Z probe back. So now if I tap that, there we are. Takes quite a... Okay, I want something. Let me grab a ruler. I want something to manually trigger this. Tapping it. So I think we can home X, home Y, now home Z. Nope. Probe already triggered at start of probing move. Let's change the sensitivity on that and see what happens. Yep. That's working. Sensitivity was too sensitive, which is, it should be. It should be too sensitive to start. Home Y sounds rougher. It is. It is. The sensitivity on Y needs to be adjusted. Absolutely. It's there. But right now, it should. Here's something I always do. Always manually trigger your Z homing. That's why I tapped it with the ruler before we send the bed to it. Now it's a very slow home right now, but it is homing, believe it or not. You see that gap changing? There we go. Doesn't matter if you've got a switch or whatever. Figure out, set yourself up to trigger your Z home manually with the bed well out of the way before you try the first home. It just homed. It just homed. So we have homed X, Y, and Z. We have homed X, Y, and Z. We have a very basic working RepRap firmware configuration here. It is not ready to go. We'll save that for next time. This has been a pretty good rundown. But considering I have 2.5 days before I leave, I think I'm going to call that for the day. Call that well done. We found a bug, and we have a homing. The goal was to get all the axes homing, and it does. If you guys want stuff to work better in RepRap Firmware, start using it so we can find these issues. Yeah. RepRap Firmware is very, very powerful. It is configurable. It is very capable. It is different than Clipper, but that's why we're doing this, is to get some exposure to it. Things that we will do next stream is I will try to have the panels and skirts and everything done. If we don't, then we'll go 2 more streams. It's just a matter of how much I can get done in the time. Now, what generally happens is getting back from, see ya, Jack, getting back from a big trip like this, I tend to veg out for a couple of days. So that's going to compress the amount of time I have to get ready. But at the very least, what we're going to do next stream is we're going to go through and we're going to configure 3-point tramming on the bed. We're going to go through some of the more fine details of setting it up for homing properly and getting all that stuff going. So we should be able to set up the if we can set up the NeoPixel on the Toolhead, we can get it actually extruding plastic. We can make sure the thermistors are defined correctly, all that kind of stuff. So might be able to finish this in 1 more stream, but I would expect 2 more streams. So with that, thank you everyone. Thanks for being around. I'm very happy with how this went. I love it when we run into something like that and can make it through through a little problem. So that's good. It makes me feel good. Thanks, Polymaker, for letting me give away filament. Thanks for everyone who gifted memberships. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend, good week. And for those of you that I'll see at Smurf, please say hi. With that, take care. Enjoy the build. Bye, everyone.